Test one, two, test hello. Bassett Unified School District Board meeting.
Can you all hear me? Okay, so, yeah, I'll have a seat. We'll go ahead and we'll get started. Okay. Um. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5:35 p.m. May I please have a roll call? Present.
Present. Here.
Thank you for that roll call. We'll go on to approval of the agenda of the regular board meeting of September 12th. May I please get a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Board Member Stanzioni. Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion seconded by Board Member Cimental. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye. Open session. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Cassandra, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Cassandra. We will move into staff presentation recognition. Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Board President Flores, members of the board, community. We'd like to start the evening with years of service and recognition. Every year, the district recognizes our employees for years of service. I believe it starts with year 20. So with that, I'd like to ask our Assistant Superintendent, Mrs. Tamiko Neal-Lasco, to come up and present our years of service in recognition of all our employees who've dedicated their several number of years here in the Bassett Unified School District, serving our students and our community.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces here tonight, and thank you, Board President, board members, and members of our Bassett community. Thank you so much. I know that our weekdays are very precious to us, so we appreciate each and every one of you that made the time to come out tonight to recognize and honor our employees. So as we call our employees' names, everyone here has been in the district at least 20 to 50 years tonight. We'll be recognizing someone that has actually served in the district longer than I've been alive. So I'm happy to happy to share. So we're going to ask that our employees, if once your name is called, if you could please go up to the table, receive your pin, and then just kind of hang out up there. We're going to take your picture. Okay. So we're going to begin with our years of service for our 50-year employee who unfortunately could not be here with us this evening. But tonight we would like to recognize Mr. Charles Stanzioni for 50 years of service. Next, we would like to represent these two employees have been in our district for 45 years. I've worked with this individual personally for a very long time. If you could please give a round of applause for Mr. Robert C. London. Thank you, Mr. London, for your 45 years of service with our district. And also Miss Patricia Hansen, thank you for 45 years of service. Okay, great. Next, we're going to recognize, this individual has been with our district for 40 years, Miss Joanna Carrillo. Some of our staff members could not be here this evening, but we did want to make sure that we did recognize and honor them. Next, our 35 years service recipients, we will, Miss Alexandra M. Orozco. Zoila Matute. Thank you, Zoila, for your 35 years of service to our Bassett community. Mr. Stephen Munoz. Ms. Jana Gore Savolt. And I know I saw this individual here tonight. I've also worked with this teacher a very long time, Mr. Christopher Almgren. Thank you, Mr. Almgren, for your 35 years of service to our Bassett community and students. Miss Alice Figueroa Munoz. Thank you, Ms. Munoz, for your 35 years of service to our Bassett community and students. Miss Marisol Rangel. Miss Emilia Para. And finally, Miss Socorro Ruiz. Okay, next, we will now be honoring those employees that have been with our district for 30 years. Oh, sorry. Starting with this individual I've worked with almost half of my career in district, Miss Leticia Rivas. Thank you, Leticia, for your 30 years of service to our Bassett community and students. Miss Veronica Montes. Mr. Flavio Castañeda. Miss Ruth Perez. Miss Norma Sierra. Miss Elsie Janet Reyes. Thank you, Miss Reyes, for your 30 years of service to our Bassett community and students. And finally, Mr. Louis Cresley. Thank you, Mr. Cresley, for your 30 years of service to our Bassett community and students. Okay, moving on, we will be recognizing those employees who have served in our Bassett community for 25 years, beginning with Miss Maria Madrid. Ms. Jody Ruiz. Mr. Jason Peters. Mr. Alan Maez. Ms. Virginia Lara. Ms. Angela Sosa. Darlene Chico. And Ms. Tanya de la Victoria Neary. Yes, thank you, Ms. Neary, for your 25 years of service to our Bassett. Next, Mr. Johnny Hernandez. Mr. John Kovac. Susanna Luna Cordova. And Emily Morales. And finally, we'd like to recognize those employees that have been with our district for 20 years, beginning with Alicia Estrada de Ochoa. And another individual I've worked with for at least half of my career in Bassett, and I'm honored to present to Miss Elizabeth Reese. Thank you, Miss Liz, for your 20 years of service to our Bassett community and students. Sylvia Herrera. Mr. Sean Simpson. Jose Arcienega. Mr. Christopher Figueroa. Miss Maria Figueroa. And Miss Rosa Contreras. Hey, everyone, if we could please give one final applause to all of our employees for their many years of contribution to our Bassett students and community members. Thank you so much. If we could have everyone please kind of move to the center of the table, we would like to take a photo of you in front of our Bassett Unified School District table. Thank you.
Hey, shoulder.
Show some love.
She's clear. And what are you doing? It's over there.
They pick it up if I can remember right.
It's already over. I'm sorry. Betty, congratulations again. We will move right along to the project labor agreement.
Madam President, I'd like to move that this item be tabled to the succeeding regular meeting.
Noted. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Motion by Board Member Cimental, second by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Textbook textbook adoption information. Is that you? You don't have any?
Thank you, Board. Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Tveit is here tonight to present to the board and the community an update on our current textbooks adoption that the district is going through for this school year. Mr. Tveit?
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Flores, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Alvarez, and Executive Cabinet. It is a pleasure to be here to update you on the process of our textbook adoptions. The Educational Services Department has been working with high school teachers in the Social Science Department, as well as one of our science teachers, and I'll explain why that is, to go through a rigorous process of sampling various materials and then to pilot them and finally to make a recommendation for these instructional materials that will best suit the needs of our students. So just a reminder of our board adopted process. When we adopt instructional materials, it's a 5-step process. First, we form a committee of teachers. Then we have that committee review possible publishers' materials for piloting. The Educational Services Department works with that committee to guide and support them in the process. The third step is to get feedback on the pilot, to give feedback to the Board of Education and after the pilot, and then to get a public opportunity for the public to come and review the materials and give us their feedback as well. And then lastly, the committee of teachers makes a recommendation to the Board of Education for approval for the adoption. So the teachers that we're working with in the selection of those materials to pilot are the high school social science teachers. And we also have Mr. Kovac, who is our AP physics teacher. The reason why looks a little odd to have one science teacher and the rest are social science is because last year we did, you may recall, the AP science and science electives, but AP physics was not offered last year. So we were not able to pilot with students. So that's why we're doing it this year. So these teachers have attended meetings, they've engaged in meaningful discussions around the curriculum, and they've chosen publishers for our piloting. And we are in the process of reaching out. Most of those publishers have gotten back to us, and we are setting up those pilots now. Oh, let me just go back really quick and share with you that the courses that are going to be specific courses that are going to be piloting are AP Human Geography, AP World History, AP US History, Ethnic Studies, College and Career Seminar, Psychology, AP Psychology, and AP Physics. Whoops, and went too far. Back. Okay, so here's the timeline. As you see now, we're in September of 2024. We are in the selection process of the materials for piloting. The professional development for pilot program A, the first pilot, the professional development will take place in mid-October. We will then have a 6-week pilot in classes with students from October 25th to December 13th, which works out to be 30 instructional days. Before going on winter break, we will have the professional development and planning for the second pilot in mid-December. That will also be a 6-week pilot from January 14th to February 28th, also 30 instructional days. Very important to give uh, all the materials equal time in the classes. Then we will provide updates to the Board of Education and provide some initial feedback that we're getting on those pilots from teachers and from students as well. We're working right now on a survey instrument that we can use with students to formalize that process of getting their feedback. We've always elicited student feedback, but more in an informal way. So we're going to formalize that process so that they're involved in the selection of materials that they find engaging, rigorous, and relevant. We'll have an opportunity in March. We're planning for March 24th through the 28th to have the public inspection of materials on display for members of the community to come and give us their feedback and look at those materials, because that is required in Ed Code. And then finally, we'll bring the recommendation after reviewing all that feedback, recommendation from the committee coming back to you in April. And then we will have enough time to then order the materials and implement those programs for the 25-26 school year. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for your time.
Does the board have any questions? Board member Stanzioni?
In years past, we've had a number of students taking AP classes, and few or none have met the 3 or above score to actually make it worthwhile. Do we have enough students? And I'm thrilled that you're running these classes. I'm thrilled that you're piloting them. But do we have enough students that meet the requirement of rigor and academic achievement to survive within these pilots?
I'm not sure that I can speak specifically to that. I think our high school leadership would be best suited to answer that question, but I have confidence that they and the counseling team have scheduled students into appropriate classes.
Will help. Thank you.
Board member Simanthal?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Bassett, for the presentation. It's always a pleasure to be involved in this process, and I just want to say thank you for the past couple of years being able to stop by, review the instructional materials once it is the public inspection. Forgive me, I'm a slow hand and I write very chicken scratch. Can you mind reminding us of what were the courses that were being offered? I got APW, and then I was not able to.
Oh, okay. Yes. So it's AP Human Geography, AP World History, AP US History, AP Psychology, AP Physics, General Psychology, Ethnic Studies, and College and Career Seminar.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Are there any other questions? Thank you so much, Mr. Tavai.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we will go to the 23-24 unaudited actuals.
Thank you, Board President Flores, members of the board. I'd like to ask Ms. Barba, our Chief Business Officer, to come up and present the 2023-2024 unaudited actuals. As a reminder, when the board approves the budget in June, part of that includes the estimated actuals. By September 15th of each school year, school districts are required to have their unaudited actuals complete, the closing of what we call the closing of the books to LACO. And so Ms. Barba was here to present our unaudited actuals. Ms. Barba?
Good evening, Board President, board members, superintendent, and cabinet members, and community in general. I'm here to present the district's financial and auditor actuals for fiscal year 2023-2024. So Ed Code 42-100 requires school districts to present the unaudited actuals every year to the County Office of Education. These unaudited actuals represent all the actual revenue, expenditure, and fund balance for the district for all funds that the district manages. So that the financial information, it starts from July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. And the report needs to be submitted to LACO before September 15 or 16, depending on what day falls. That is not the weekend. The fiscal department is the one that takes care of this report. And the data in the report is used by the external auditors to prepare and present the final official audit report. So that's what this report is called, unaudited actuals, because this is what the district has compiled, is presenting based on all revenue identified, all the expenditures identified, and any accruals and that have been presented as of June 30th. And the software that is used to prepare this report is a state software that they provide to all school districts, all LEAs, and it's called the SACS Standard Account Code structure. And there are changes between, how we prepare the adopted budget at the beginning of the year. We prepared two major budget reports, one called first interim, the second one called second interim. Those are projections. Those are the projections based on the district's spending plan. The unaudited actuals may be different, and usually it has the differences because now this is not projections. This is the actual activity that happened throughout the year, financial activity. So that's one of the reasons why we have differences between the budget and the unaudited actuals. And there is also another major financial risk in miscalculating or underestimating revenues and expenditures. Usually the districts have about a month and a half to compile all this information, and before we close the books for the fiscal year. Also the accrued expenses, sometimes they don't materialize. That's why they cause changes. Sometimes the revenue can also vary based on, for instance, right now, and you're gonna see we have a big difference in the interest rate, in the interest revenue that the district is receiving from LACO, and you're gonna see that in the following slide. So this is the revenue slide, and you can see this is, the first column is the unrestricted general fund, the second column is the restricted, and the third one is the total, the addition of those two. And you see the first row is the local control funding formula, 45,700,000 that was received from the state. The other one is other state revenues. This revenue includes the lottery funds, the mandated block grant funds, other local revenues, and that's the amount that you see. If you happen to review the budget report in verse against these actual numbers, you're going to see a big difference because this interest many times comes towards the end of the year, right after the first, second interim report. So that's why it's big number. And then, so we have a subtotal that tells you all the revenue that was received. Now, the general fund contribution is the money, the dollars that were contributed to the special education program and the routine and restricted maintenance account. So that totals to 6.1 million. So that for what we end up for the unrestricted is 42,375,151. So you see in the restricted, so we have several amounts, and those include several the one-time programs. We have some ongoing programs that account for all the federal, state, and local programs. So we have $26,871, 162 that was actually accounted for. And then the addition of the general fund contribution, because as you see, it decreases the unrestricted, but then increases the restricted. And that's based on the total expenditures that the special education program incur. And the return restricted maintenance account, which is that one is 3% of the total expenditures of the district. And the third column is the addition of both. This chart is showing you that how it looks like for each of the categories. Your left-hand side, the 26,871 is showing you that restricted portion of the revenue. The above one, 6.1, is the general fund contribution. And the one on the right-hand side below is 42,375 is the unrestricted. Please take in consideration that these 42,375 include the supplemental and concentration portion of the local control funding formula. And that accounts for approximately 13 million. So when you say 13 million, 42 million less the 13 million for the supplemental concentration, the district has a little bit over 29 million in the unrestricted base dollars. And we have the expenditures here for certificated salaries, classified, employee benefits, books and supplies, services and other operating, capital outlay. So you will see the total amounts that were paid to salaries per category, almost 17 million for certificated, 7.6 million for classified, 8.7 for employee benefits, and the books, 1.4 million that was spent, 76 million. And the capital outlay, 3.6 million. That is the payment for the HVAC, district-wide HVAC project. So we have these 3.6 and we have 3.4 remaining for payment, which will be done this year. And those dollars are currently in the fund balance, in the ending fund balance of the district. The restricted, we have almost 27,000 in expenditures. And that this year, we have a lot of the one-time programs that ended this June 30th or September 30th. So we used up all the funds. That's why this restricted column is showing large amounts, because it includes a lot of expenditures of the one-time programs, including the ESSER, the in-person instruction, yeah, a lot of the ESSER funds. There's a continuation. The next slide is a continuation of the expenditures. And this one is basically showing other outgoing is all the miscellaneous expenditures. On the first row, and the second row is showing you the indirect costs. So those are the charges that are done from the unrestricted general fund to the restricted. And this chart shows you the by color, the various types of expenditures. You can see the certificated salaries is the greatest, the largest amount of expenditure incurred. And followed by the you can recall the 15,000, sorry, let me go back. Oh, how do I go back? Sorry. No. Oh, yeah, the benefits, sorry. Yes, thank you. That's the benefits. So. Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right, so we have the net impact to fund balance. We started with 28 million in the unrestricted, 16 with the restricted. And you can tell that in the unrestricted, there was another expenditure of 2,116,683. So that means our revenues came lower than our actual expenditures. And then we have the ending fund balance for the unrestricted general fund is close to 26 million, 25,920,605. And then we have the 3% for economic uncertainties as required by law, 2.2 million. The reserve for economic uncertainties, 7% that was approved by the board is 5 million. And the committed is the remaining amount from the 26 million ending fund balance. For the restricted, you can see there was 60 million started, and then we have an increase. And why we have an increase is because revenues came from programs like the expanded, the ELO, expanded learning opportunities. We had those other grants that revenue came in, but funds were not expended. So these monies are carryover for this year and will be used as required and make sure also that they're spent before the deadline. So the district is ending with 20.3 million for the restricted program. That leaves me with the completion of the report. So do you have any questions?
Does the board have any questions? Board Member Barajas?
Thank you for that. Ms. Badwa, I do appreciate your report. You know, it's always great to see that we do have a healthy reserve that could take us places if in the occasion that something unfortunate is to happen. But you know, I do want to thank you for, and I don't know if I shared this last time, but the board did ask for your graph to actually show exactly how much is being spent on certificated salaries, classified salaries, and you've started to implement it, so I appreciate that. But on top of that, I do appreciate all the hard work that goes into putting our budget together. So I know that these are the unaudited actuals, but the fact that for the last couple of years, we've actually had positive budgets is a testament of what it is that y'all are doing there, because historically speaking, when I started as a board member, we had qualified for a couple of years. So it's great to see that we're in the green out of the yellow and been staying in the green. So we do appreciate everything you do, your team, of course, Dr. Alvarez as well. So thank you.
The leadership that Dr. Alvarez has provided us. Thank you so much. Is there any other question? Ms. Barber, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you for all the work that you and your team have put into this. This is really good. And as my colleague mentioned, it's really great to see a positive budget.
Thank you. Thank you. It's with pleasure that we take care of this. Thank you.
Okay. Moving along, we will go with the student board representative report and comments.
So starting with the school announcements, Van Wyck teachers and scholars are hard at work. Many of our students have finished their iReady diagnostic and AR test. We're working on our school-wide monthly writing genre, and for September, it's letter writing. Students are learning the steps to letter writing and practicing the parts of a letter. We have begun our interventions both in math and language arts using our TOSA and early intervention literacy teacher with the focus on our 1st through 3rd graders. We continue to implement our attendance initiative and reward classes with perfect attendance. There are great things happening at Van Wig, and our Van Wig scholars are being prepared for college and career. It's we have a better idea of, or with the diagnostic test, we get a better idea of where these students are and focus on the areas that are weak and support the strong points. So I think that's really great. And moving on to Sunkist, thank you to our Tiger families for attending our assembly and coffee with the principal on Friday, September 6th. It is so nice to see our families come to join us and support our celebrations and learn about what's going on at Sunkist. We look forward to hosting our In-N-Out meal afternoon this Thursday, September 12th. Supporting our PTA fundraisers goes directly back to our students, and in this case, In-N-Out is so kind to donate to the charity of their choosing to support students and young people in our nation. We're also looking forward to beginning our folkloric program later this month. We are extremely proud and thankful to the wonderful Mrs. Espinosa for teaching our students another year in this amazing program, which celebrates the art of dancing, storytelling, and cultural pride. I think that the folkloric program is also a really great source of cultural expression, and it could serve as really great enrichment for the elementary kids. Don Julian, our amazing Lions are hard at work for the 24 to 25 school year. We had our first Student of the Month Awards Assembly this past Friday, where we recognized over 20 students. We're continuing to practice and promote positive school attendance and aim for our goal of 98% daily attendance. After school sports will begin practices this week, as we had to postpone last week due to extreme heat. We're looking forward to a great September. At Edgewood, the Brave Knights are working hard academically. Students have taken the iReady Diagnostic #1 to help teachers gauge their baseline for the school year. With these results, we can plan out lessons, additional supports, and enrichment activities for students. We look forward to hard work and growth this school year. We're also excited to announce that we have the perfect attendance challenges happening throughout the school year. For our first challenge, there were 330 students who had perfect attendance during the week of August 26th to 30th and earned a popsicle at the end of the school week. Classes can also earn free dress once they reach 20 days of perfect attendance as a class. During our No Excuses University and Attendance Matters Assembly, our students learned about the importance of attendance, working hard academically, and having a growth mindset. All of these work together to make them college-bound Brave Knights. Students are also thrilled to learn we are offering again a beginning 6th grade band in addition to an advanced band for 7th and 8th grade. Lastly, our ASB is getting things underway for upcoming events for our campus, and we're looking forward to fun activities in the coming months. I think that the beginning to offer these band classes again is great enrichment for the kids, and they can continue with the exploration, hopefully onto high school. Towards middle school, this month's Trojans had a smooth start as they acclimate to their new classes in the academic school year. They have already begun math interventions during advisement periods, focusing on targeted skills to address individual learning needs and enhance overall mathematical development. This year, we're incorporating the New Gen Math program to our interventions to further support their growth in mathematics. Additionally, this past week, we kicked off our social emotional learning curriculum with an introduction to the Thrively program. Students responded with enthusiasm and engagement, eagerly exploring the platform's resources and starting their lessons. In the coming weeks, Trojans will participate in mental health activities centered around suicide awareness. Overall, the start of the school year has been productive, with students actively engaging in both their academic and social emotional development. We're optimistic about their continued progress as they advance their mathematical skills and personal growth through these initiatives. I think that the social emotional learning is also really important along with the academics, as students need to focus on these things along with the stress and I guess the work that they're putting into these classes as well. And I think it's important to start this in younger grades as well. Bassett High School has wrapped up their first grading period, and we're excited to offer AMLA 90 this semester. This class is a building pipeline for English learners to begin their college experience. Currently, we have 97 students enrolled in college courses through our Mount SAC dual enrollment partnership. These students will leave Bassett High School with college credits upon successful completion of these courses. We kicked off college presentations with UC San Diego presenting to juniors and seniors last week. In the world of athletics, our athletes have been growing strong in volleyball, cross country, and football. Our ASB president and vice president were able to present to La Puente City Council this past week, showcasing all the great things that Bassett has to offer. Lastly, please join us this Friday as we take on Rosemead High School. It's always a great day to be Olympian. I think the MLA 90 is great to begin to offer, as we had been offering dual enrollment English last year. But I think it's really important to also include English learners as they too need the opportunities that other students are getting. Nova Vista had a great turnout for back to school night, and we're looking forward to engaging with our families for upcoming events. Parents came to our first coffee with the principal, in which Dr. Maldonado spoke to our families how to become more engaged, upcoming events, and the collaboration Nueva Vista will have with Bassett to provide students with additional clinical supports. Thursday, we took a walking tour of the Bassett Adult School to learn about upcoming classes the students will be taking and other programs that they have to offer. Our families were encouraged to attend. We have been practicing emergency drills with our fire drill in August and upcoming for September on our lockdown drill. On Friday, September 13th, we'll have our welcome back assembly to celebrate those with perfect attendance for August. College information night will be led by our counselor, Diana Torres, on September 18th. In September, our instructional leadership team will begin training for PBIS, positive behavioral intervention and supports. The training will continue throughout the year and we'll work with the rest of the PBIS team to further plan and implement it. Nueva Vista has been working hard on our WASC report, and we'll share our draft with educational partners for further input. We will have our 2-day visit on November 4th and 5th. That's
Thank you so very much. We will move into public comments. Given we have no public comments related to closed session, we do have public comments related to open session. The Board of Education welcomes input from the public in order to conduct district business in an orderly manner for the privacy and safety of the speakers and to help staff respond more directly. Board policies require that public presentations to the board comply with certain procedures, including speakers may only address items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. When addressing the board, speakers are requested to state their name, address the board from the podium, and adhere to the applicable time of 3 minutes. The total time allotted for public input on either agenda or non-agenda items is 20 minutes. If there are several speakers speaking on a specific topic at the president's request, the board may reduce the amount of time individuals may speak, requesting that comments be limited to the points not already addressed. Speakers may not reserve or grant any portion of their speaking time to other persons. Speakers are requested to maintain decorum, not disrupt the meeting, or use profanity when addressing the board. Complaints should follow the district's complaint procedure before discussing with the board. Pursuant to the Senate Bill 1100, the board president may remove disruptive individuals from a board meeting so long as the individual is first warned by the presiding board member that their behavior is disrupting the meeting. Failure to cease such behavior may result in removal. If the board behavior does not promptly cease, the individual may be removed. We will call Ida Lancaster to the podium. Yes.
Hello, board members. Superintendent, Madam President, and of course, my favorite, Aaron Permantel, Vice President, and board members. Why is he my favorite? Because he was a student at Bassett High School and was very involved, and he was our first student advisor for our Bassett Alumni Association. Bassett Alumni Association is a nonprofit organization, and we have a 501(c), and we are incorporated. We raise money each year, and we attend all the activities. We have reunions that we raise money at, and we coordinate some of the activities for the reunions. In May, Bassett has their scholarship program, and we always, each year, give scholarships to the students. But I'm here on a different note. I'm here for Betty J. Wells. And I understand you want to dedicate the year to Miss Wells. She was a champion. She was an angel. Do angels live? Yes, they do, because she was. If you only knew all the things she did for students, it's amazing. I would sit hours with her. She'd call me every week. Ida, can you come over? There I would. And I live in Palm Springs now. I moved, I kind of semi-retired and I live far. It would take me hours to get there, but her and I would sit there and just talk. She lived in Costa Mesa, right by South Coast Plaza, and it was a long ride. Betty was born November 30th, 1930. She passed away February 3rd. She was 94 years old. She was born in Dubuque, Iowa, received her bachelor's and her master's degree in 1963. Her life with Bassett began in 1965. A woman, a beloved dear friend, and loved by all Bassett High School students. During her years at Bassett, she was our Dean of Students counselor since 1965. And man, she was rough. I was in her office almost every day. She never had children of her own, but did have thousands of us who she classified as her children, her students, her kids. Of course, we always thought she was very strict, and yes, she was. Her and I would talk about why she was so strict. She said she wanted to make sure that we all stayed on the right track and do great things, which many of us have. Her face would light up every time she heard about great families we built, the great things that we've done along the way, and most of all, to hear that we are all alive and our goal was to stay healthy and wise. Many students and her staff that have left us already, and she was always saddened to hear that type of news. But her fight to stay alive was like no other. Never ready to leave us. She did officially retire in 1997. She was 67 years old, but of course, couldn't keep Betty from Bassett. Mr. Nero, principal at the time, called her back to Bassett, and she continued as a counselor till 1999. She worked there for another 5 years. Her goal was to finally retire and get to know her own family. But missing her role as a teacher and mentor, Betty became active with her HOA. She became president and she was really involved in that thing.
Miss Lancaster, hi, can you pass the mic to the other person? Your 3 minutes are up. Can you
Oh,
pass
I
the
only
mic
have
over?
3 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know if she wants to say anything. I did bring a book here if anyone wants to share all the activities that we've had with Betty. And of course, her final party that we had. We had a live celebration.
That is great. Thank you so much. Does she want to continue reading?
To hold that. Just want to summarize.
Right here.
The last performance of her life is when she told me that she wanted to have a party before she died. But saddened because now she could not walk or go very far. I wanted to have it in La Puente, or West Covina, closer to many of us. This was not feasible anymore due to her health issues. I told her that we would have a live celebration for her. I contacted many friends and students, send out invites to join us on this adventure. We made it happen. But just sad that it had to be in Costa Mesa, where she lived. Betty was so thrilled and she enjoyed herself every minute. All us students, back then, a group of us came and shared food and stories and pictures. Of course, she did have her favorites, Ida Lancaster. But know that you had a space in her heart, and the little lady's big heart, now our graduate guardian angel, Betty Wells, always remember her and know that she did leave a lot of love in her heart too. Thank you very much, board and everyone, for letting us speak. I am Cecilia Martinez, class of 75, and there was not enough time to contact. We would have had a lot of people here for her that she helped, and we appreciated it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next we have Mr. Manuel Maldonado. Mr. Maldonado, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Members of the board, audience, my name is Manuel Maldonado. I've lived most of my natural life in the La Puente city. I lived close by, even though I went to Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, raised 10 kids in the neighborhood, and I'm a grandparent, a proud grandparent of 12 kids and 5 great grandkids. I've been a thorn on the side of many board members in Bassett and Hacienda La Puente Unified School District, where I've been kicked out of several board meetings, but that doesn't, I'm not afraid of that. I've been in worse places than that. This evening, I want to take the opportunity, Madam President, to let you know that I'm troubled by the relationship with disregard from the former Hacienda La Puente board member, Anthony Duarte. Anthony Duarte defrauded Hacienda La Puente School District. By the way, Anthony went to school with one of my kids. While he served on the governing board, but more importantly, he colluded with Paul Solano to deprive Bassett residents of once thriving ROP program that provided vocational training for students. Your relationship to him or dependence on his political support means that you are willing to continue a legacy of undermining our school district and our residents to support your future political career. Let's be honest. You were unaware that you even live within the school boundaries of Bassett. You repeatedly asked around inquiring about running for Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. And it was until Anthony that had to remind you that you do not live there. Just because you sleep in Bassett doesn't mean you know our community. You have no idea what our working residents go through, and you're not champion of our students. Instead, you have allied yourself with Anthony Duarte, and he's apparent. And this is apparent on your Facebook. But Anthony Duarte, much like Paul Solano, entered into background deals with working as a consultant for California Consulting before entering into undisclosed lobbying agreement with Ed Hernandez. And that's why Ed is no longer here as well. And he will no longer be running for any position. You have allied yourself with Dolores Rivera, your panderer to our community as reformer, while you contributed to initiating an FCMAT audit that we all agree has brought some transparency to our district. You undermine this transparency by lying with Dolores, who voted on record to support a second contract with Delterra, who was fired from LA Unified while I worked there because of the cheap work and bad work that he did in some of the new schools. In spite of legal counsel recommendations not to, you are not supporting the fraud you claim to have tackled. What have you done for our district? Our ADA continues to decline, and the quality of education has not improved in any substantial way. Dina Flores, stop the farce. Let someone step on and care about our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have, please forgive me if I don't pronounce it right, Elizabeth Kokorian. Miss Elizabeth, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'll give you a name for effort for that. So my name is Elizabeth Kacharian, and tonight I'm here representing Ms. Norma Gonzalez. She apologizes that she wasn't able to come here in person and address you. Tonight is her back to school night, but she wanted to make sure that on this day that resolution 1225 is going to the board, she wanted to show her dedication to Betty J. Wells. So if you'll indulge me, I'd like to read her statement for the record. Miss Betty J. Wells profoundly impacted my life. My name is Norma Gonzalez, and I am a proud graduate of Bassett High School, class of 1995. I earned my bachelor's degree in communications with an emphasis on public relations from Cal State University Fullerton. As the first in my family to attend university, I owe this achievement to Miss Betty Wells. When my parents faced financial challenges that jeopardized my college plans, I believe my educational journey was over. However, Ms. Wells saw potential in me that I had never recognized in myself. She introduced me to a colleague at Cal State University Fullerton and guided me in completing my financial aid applications. Thanks to her support, I graduated from Cal State Fullerton in 2001. Her encouragement and unwavering belief in my abilities have forever changed my life. Attending university broadened my horizons and deepened my love for my community. Miss Betty Wells deserves the highest accolades for her invaluable contributions. I will always cherish her memory. Thank you. Thank you this evening for the ability to read that.
Thank you. Moving along, we will go to superintendent comments. I'm sorry. You submitted a, what, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Oh, you did submit a request, but it was after 5:30, and per board policy, it is picked up at 5:30. It is in our board policy, sir, and you can read our board policy. I'm happy to share it with you after. I understand, but we have our board policy. I'm happy to talk with you about it after. Excuse me, we're gonna go on with the meeting. Board Member Alvarez, sorry, Superintendent Alvarez. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, I'm going to ask you again. Mr. Brown, I am going to ask you. I'd like to call the board meeting to a recess, please. Can I get a motion to recess? Motion by Board Member Rivera, second. Seconded by Board Member Barajas. The board will go to recess.
For how long?
I will go to a 10-minute recess. We will reconvene now at 6:50. So before we continue with our comments, superintendent and board comments, I'd like to let everybody know the Brown Act, as noted, is silent when signups for public comment, when signups are for public comment. So the Brown Act is silent on that. So the district relies on its board policies. Our board policy is stated in the agenda. A sign-up sheet for open session and closed session public comments will be available 30 minutes prior to the commencement of the meeting at Torch Watanabe Center. Once the meeting has commenced, no additional signups for public comments will be accepted. With that said, we'll continue with the meeting and we will start with superintendent comments.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Just a couple of things. First, I'd like to just take a moment just to for everyone to just think about we have a lot of employees and other school districts around us in different areas who are kind of out of their homes. Some have lost their homes as a result of the fires in the different areas, Riverside, especially in the San Bernardino County area. So just be cognizant of that. Be happy for what we have, and we haven't been affected in regards to the fires as other school districts where they've had to shut down for nearly an entire week, and most of their staff living up, whether it be in the high desert or mountain areas that have really been impacted by the fires, and some of them even losing their homes. So just want to make a comment about that. And then also just, I know it's been mentioned here and over the years, even probably before, I know before I even got here, regarding the safety and the intersection of Amar and Willow. You all know there's been tons of accidents, and I know the district and probably think Dolores, the longest board member, knowing it's been a safety issue since she's been on board, and going to whether it be City of La Puente or the county, trying to get a light on. I think not too long ago, they put one turning light on Willow to turn left on each way. Today, they were putting up the left-hand green light on Amar. So that's going on now. So now we have all four parts of the streets on that. And we had an employee recently in an accident. So hopefully that'll drastically, if not eliminate, the left-hand turn signal accidents there. So just that was great to see today. An update on the aquatic center. Project continues to go well according to timeline. No major setbacks or unknowns at this point. They've started laying the tile for the line. So when you're swimming and you're staring down at the ground, there's actually a line that keeps you, if you follow, keeps you on your spot or in your lane. So that was done. And it's just coming along nicely. It's great to see how the progress of it, especially now. Track and field projects, we're almost done with the final design with the architects. As a reminder, the board approved an architect to do a brand new track and field and lights over at Don Julian and Edgewood. We've been meeting with the architect and CM. We just met the other day. We're close to finalizing what should be included in that, last minute requests. So I think everyone is going to be happy with, well, I'm hoping everyone will be happy with the overall renderings and project. I did have the opportunity to attend coffee with the principal at Torch Middle School and Sunkist. And just a great opportunity to meet with parents, share with them the district strategic plan and some of the great things that are going on in the district. I did want to follow up. Well, I actually also attended last week. Was it last week or this week? I can't remember now. The math PD here at Torch Middle School. And it was last week with Next Gen Math. It was great to see all the teachers engaged and connecting our current pacing guides developed by the teachers with the Next Gen Math curriculum specific to this essential standards and how they can incorporate that. Also, I know the board at the last meeting discussed a 60-year anniversary meeting or a possible event at Bassett High School. I did have an opportunity to meet with Dr. Maldonado, the site, some district staff, and we kind of put together a preliminary plan how to move forward with a district-wide celebration of not just Bassett High School 60-year anniversary, but also all our schools there performing and recognitions. Obviously, it was clear no fair, but what kind of activities we can open up without overdoing it. So we're doing too much. So we are working on that and working with Dr. Maldonado, taking the lead, reaching out to some alumni and others to be involved, current students to be involved in developing that celebration. Just also with the hot weather the last week, it's great to see that it's finally died down a lot. I did have the opportunity to walk through classrooms during the heat. It was great to see classrooms were nice and cool. I think I found one air conditioner down to 67 degrees, but I'll didn't make an issue out of it. We have our setting points at about 72, 73, but it's really hot on there. You got a bunch of bodies. I understand. And the rooms were all really cool. We didn't really have any major calls regarding issues not working. About 2 weeks ago, there was a newer system down at DJ. It got repaired. It's been up and running for a week and a half now with no issues. Bassett High School, we did have an issue with about 2 or 3 systems. They got repaired. So kudos to our HVAC technician who's been out there, trying to resolve those issues at the high school. So thank you to him for that hard work. And then it was already mentioned, but La Puente City Council, 2 days ago, we had Bassett High School students there, Dr. Maldonado representing the high school and all the great things that are going on the campus, as well as the program, the leadership program they're doing, and our students taking advantage of it. So I just want to congratulate them and to continue the great work. Mr. Just threw a blank. Mr. Covington actually did a video that will be shown during closed session promoting our health academy. It's about a 3.5 minute video that will be showing during closed session to anyone who's watching. It's just an opportunity to promote the health academy as we've expanded it. We opened up another room, additional equipment, and so it's a great program. And working currently with partnering with a couple of local clinics and health offices, hospitals. So with that, I just want to thank everyone. It's been a great first about 4 weeks. I just thank everyone for their hard work and dedication to the students and the community of Bassett. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alvarez. Board Member Barajas.
Thank you. I want to begin by apologizing for being a few minutes late. I got caught up in traffic for a bit, so I do apologize for that. But walking in and seeing all our teachers, employees of the district being recognized was just phenomenal. Years of service is great. And, seeing a lot of folks that I really had good relationships with these past couple of years. Phenomenal. Ms. Neary, Ms. Reese, Mr. London. And I did see Mr. Stanzioni, 50 years. It's amazing, a lot of folks give it all, their all for our kiddos, making sure we could provide them the best quality of life for them in the future. So it's awesome to recognize folks that have dedicated their life to education. I was not able to attend the board meeting with, not the board meeting, I'm sorry, the council meeting with La Puente, but it's also awesome to see that there's this type of partnership that is brewing with the city itself. Most of our district is in unincorporated areas with LA County, but the high school itself is within the city of La Puente. So the fact that we're connecting with them is phenomenal to see. Hopefully that leads to some great things. I also want to commend our ASB president. I did notice that she inserted her voice into some of her comments regarding social emotional well-being of our kiddos. And she did ask that we look into some type of programs that can help our kiddos at a younger age, being elementary, if I heard correctly. But also the fact that she's advocating for English language learners, making sure that we're providing dual enrollment options for them as well, because at the end of the day, very valuable. So the fact that she incorporated her voice into it, I really appreciate that. That's just phenomenal to hear. I'm happy to be here today. I'm glad to see everything that I've been seeing in our districts. Our district's been going through some tough times in the past, but I think that right now it's in a very good place, and I'm glad to be part of it at this point. So with that said, fight on everyone, and a good night, Bassett.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Barajas. Board Member Stanzioni.
Good evening. I'd planned on going home and put on more business attire, but then I realized education is my business. If you can't see my shirt, it says teachers change the world, and I firmly believe they do. So we need to watch our words and what we do. And I thought that this shirt was just appropriate. And tonight we honored longevity for our school employees, because school employees change the world. I give them all my thanks and my respect for giving me of their time, their love, and their very lives to Bassett. My mom actually worked here too, and she died as a result of a fall at Van Wig. So this place is very near and dear to my heart. But your devotion and your dedication has changed students' lives. Please accept my gratitude for your service to Bassett. I want to thank Miss Ida Lancaster for her kind words about Betty Wells and other people that came. Norma Gonzalez sent a friend, and her story, when I first heard it, was amazing. She changed her life because educators do change lives. And just before the meeting, I had the great good fortune of meeting a gentleman who had wanted to speak, but apparently he didn't know to put his name on it. He was a graduate of 1970, Mr. Eddie Martinez. And let me say, he is Bassett. Though he lives elsewhere, he is Bassett. One of 7 siblings, all attending Bassett, all of them honor students at our high school. 2 of them were valedictorians. They were extreme, and they exemplify exactly what we want Bassett students to be. He still wears his Bassett High School senior ring, which is amazing. And over this weekend, I had the pleasure of meeting 3 lovely ladies, all Bassett graduates, and their stories were great as well. One was the daughter of a Bassett School Board member from 1962. Mr. DeCruz's daughter, Mr. DeCruz being the board member, his daughter Lenore and her classmates were wonderful, and they shared these great stories of what Bassett used to be. They didn't attend until Bassett or they didn't attend the high school until it was opening, and they were like the first class. Some of them, it was just enchanting. And I kind of suggested district-wide that all of our alumni come together and are honored at a gala, maybe sometime informally, formally, whatever, possibly at the night of the 60-year anniversary of Bassett. We do have a lot of alumni sites on Facebook and Instagram. We have clearly this one that's legit with a nonprofit designation. We need to bring them all together because this is powerful. We have people that are coming and wearing their senior rings from 1970. I think that's extraordinary. And he has such fond memories. But this is really important. Okay, so we just passed Patriot Day, and I just want to make sure, let us never forget that. But also let us keep the safety of our first responders in our thoughts, even today as they fight the fires and they put themselves in harm's way for those local fires, which is why Mr. Stanzioni did not come tonight, because he was called over. He teaches at the Sheriff's Academy, and he was called over to deal with that because of the fires. So he will be attending at the next meeting. There is one thing. I just read an article, and it was dated a year ago, and it was about the water at our preschool. And Dr. Alvarez, I remember you saying that we had supplied water for our preschool children. But this article said that of all the really horrible water with lead in it, Van Wig came out number 3 or number 2. And Happy Campers over on Francisquito came out number 3. And that's scary because I live right in between them. Now, is it the pipes? Is it the water? If our preschoolers are drinking it, our kindergartners through 5th graders are drinking it, this is really troubling to me. And I know that they did that testing. It was 900 times the amount of lead. Now, 24 years ago, when I first came to little kid land in elementary school teaching, we were told that the candy had too much lead, 200 times the lead. So Hacienda La Puente put up big signs and sent flyers home with every parent saying, don't eat this candy until it's been regulated, because the Orange County Register had published this big finding. I don't know if we continue to investigate the water or if we periodically check it. I think Dr. Alvarez can address that. Do we periodically check it to make sure it's clean? And the only reason I ask that is because every Monday morning when I go to my school, you turn the water on, it's yellow, and they say it's the pipes. And that concerns me because within 3 houses, 1 house to my left, 1 house to my right, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cancer cases. I was one of them. And is it the water? I'm not happy. But I will ask him in a second, but we got something in our folders today, and there is a public meeting at the Hacienda Heights Community and Rec Center on Saturday at 2:00 to go and hear about things that are going on with EcoBot, formerly Quometco, which is said to help hurt our water and our air, so it might be worth you guys going and telling your friends. But are we periodically or spot checked or anything like that, Dr. Alvarez?
Yes, Board President, if I may. So yes, about a year ago, there was a report regarding the water quality that was tested specifically around our preschool classrooms, drinking fountains. Our district does not use those drinking fountains. Every preschool classroom had water they were using inside. A lot of those water drinking fountains were actually capped.
Good.
We weren't using, but because it's there, they made the district uncap them so they can test them.
Good.
Since then, I know some of them have been uncapped, but we added filters at the request of, and to be honest, I can't remember the exact agency, but our students do not have access to any of those waters. And those that have been turned on have had a filter attached to it. Specifically regarding piping, I must remember that in most school districts that have these older schools, just like some older homes, had galvanized pipe as far as for water lines. So unless you've invested in in the infrastructure of changing those out to, at one point in time, it was copper. Now I think it's even plastic tubing. But one of the things that gets changed out last is these galvanized pipes over time. You know, there's rust that builds up. And so when you do turn on the water, some of that rust initially comes out until you kind of flush it out. So that's why sometimes you see it brown. I've also worked in school districts where the water lines from the water company are old and haven't been changed out, and every now then they flush them out. And when they flush them out and you're at the school in the morning and you open them, all of a sudden the water is brown again, but it's not really because of the school or school district itself. It's because the local water company is flushing out their pipes. But specific back to your question about our school site with our preschool program, our students do not have access to drinking any unhealthy water. Once again, they have a lot of
Thank
portable
you.
water and so on.
Thank you for clarifying that. It makes me feel better. But as it is the water company, and it's not the school district, because we get our water from them, we don't make our own. I am just concerned for the community, so go to the meeting. Just to close off, this is Suicide Awareness Month. School employees do change lives. And I hope that all of us school employees remember that we can save a life too. It's not a good thing when one of your students does something because you didn't intercede. So make everything you say count. Make everything you do count, because teachers and school employees do change lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Stanzioni. Board Member Rivera.
Well, good evening. Good evening, Bassett community. First of all, I'd like to congratulate all our employees that were honored today with their longevity. They do change our students' lives, and they do make a difference. From the teachers to the classified, thank you all so much for all your work with our students and with our community. So we really appreciate you all. And then I'm going to ask you, Dr. Alvarez, here, since I'm always in safety, are we prepared for the earthquake? Are we prepared for active shooter? Are we prepared for anything that comes? Because before we used to have PTA giving out big bags so that parents could fill for 3 days of food and water. I haven't seen that lately. Are we, the district, offering anything? Well, I mean, are we prepared also for the big shakeout in October?
So Board President, so Board, we do actually have a yearly active shooter training for administrators, and it's rolled down through the sites. Specific to the Great Shakeout, we did do it last year. We're scheduled to participate in it again this year, a little bit of at a higher level. School sites have been working with risk management. We have slowly been buying equipment. For example, I think last year they all got the in-classroom poop buckets and tents for emergency. And I know they were working on developing a basic kind of emergency disaster kit to go with it. I know Maricela was working with natural risk management on getting something like that. As far as specific to school sites requesting food items, I'd have to double check with our site administrators.
Yeah, because there were individual bags, and in the bag, they asked all the parents to put a note and a family picture. So if, you know, in case somebody was isolated, because of the roads or anything, at least they had a family and a picture and a note, you know, telling them I'll be there comforting them, for a book, you know, and that'd be nice if parents could do that. And if the classrooms had a place where it could all be stored. So that we used to have those big trash cans with wheels and we just, earthquake or anything, as soon as we had a drill, the teacher or the aide would carry, roll that out to make sure that it went with the students. We do need to be prepared. I mean, we had, what, 2 more today or earthquakes, so we do have to be prepared. Hopefully we don't, knock on wood, we don't get the big one, but we don't know. It is more are coming. And also the active shooters, there are more going around. So I just want to make sure our children are safe and our staff is safe. And we're all safe and we all, if anything happens, we're all together and we come out safe.
I will add just, as I walk through classrooms, I have seen every classroom having an emergency backpack that the teachers grab or a staff member in that room when they leave with the students. So that is in the classrooms.
Okay. And are we working with any particular, any of our agencies like our, what do they call the workers' comp, the insurances?
I know we partner with ASKIP to help do some of the trainings, especially on connecting with them to bring the sheriffs who does the active shooter training.
Okay. Okay. So that's why I want to know, just make sure that our kids are safe in case of anything. God forbid, and we hope that nothing happens, but we never know. So I'm the type that likes to cover the hole before the child falls in. I don't want to lament after, oh, I should have covered it. No, let's do it. Let's be prepared before anything happens. So thank you, everyone, and good evening.
Thank you, Board Member Rivera. Board Member Cimental.
I don't know.
All right, now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's on. Yeah.
There you go.
Sounds very soft. Hello, everyone. I can speak right into it. It sounds like it's being spoken into, though.
You want to trigger?
I mean, do you mind the trade? Like, see, that's a very audible difference. I hate speaking, so it doesn't matter. Was this one? Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Bassett community. Also, just to give another appreciation to our years of service honorees. It's so funny. Yesterday, for my job, I did this exact function, years of service for our division. So it's just a great time to see just our educational professionals long term and just everyone who's been here longer than I've been on this earth here with Bassett. So you just got to appreciate that. But it was really great to see, folks who my friends and family I grew up with, one of my old teachers himself. And then those folks who weren't here tonight, but were also recognized. So just want to acknowledge them one last time. And then acknowledging my sibling Olympians, our alumni here for coming to the board meeting in memory of Betty Davis. I didn't have the opportunity to know Betty. I've always known of her in legacy offhand by someone else who I feel like was always shaped by her. So she was just a name that I knew. But from what I've seen by those who knew her actually, she's well appreciated and well missed. So I'm very looking forward to voting yes on tonight's resolution. It was a very nice opportunity to run from Westwood to La Puente City Hall to join our right. It was stressful. To La Puente City Hall to join the city council and recognizing the lead program participants. This is the high school student leadership in partnership with the city of La Puente. Both of the city's high schools are within the city's boundaries, so La Puente High School and Bassett. So it was a pleasure to see our ASB president, vice president, give a presentation to the council. They were well received by the mayor and council members. Very thankful for the opportunity to get the invite by our staff and then meet our principal and then our board president. Who I have to give kudos for being a really great cheerleader and just encouraging them the whole time. So you could tell respectfully, they're a little shy bunch, but they're doing really well and doing the presentations, answer the questions, and even on stage when they were taking the pictures with the council, they glue up. So I'm really appreciative of our student leaders, and again, we're very happy to support you all. Was able to make it to a few classrooms throughout the district for open house, but this year was a little stressful for me, but I'm happy to attend those that I was able to. Early today, I had the opportunity to stop by BTA council rep meeting, just as a, a check-in for this new school year, just to see, how things are. I've inevitably got feedback that I will share with the superintendent's office. But an open invite to any member of our teams who are listening or who are here. Always keep us abreast. If it's not at the dais, at the podium, definitely you have my contact information. At least for myself, and most of us, but for myself, speaking for myself, I'm not here every day. So, be our eyes and ears to advocate for your students, for your teams, and however we could support you, we'd love to. So thanks, PTA. Within the last 2 weeks, I'm pretty sure I've had a meeting with the Los Angeles County School Trustees Association as we prepare for this upcoming year. So as we get, our agenda for new meetings, both Zoom, hybrid, on-site meetings, I'm happy to share that with the board. But I also do want to give some appreciation to our first responders as they respond to the wildfires that are being, I would say, created with this climate crisis. It's really, I guess, environmental injustice and racism is just tying in so much with the fires, hearing the water issue, even with the Department of Toxic Substance Control, which I did not get a letter or a notice in my little manila envelope. But we as a community, we just need to, stick up for ourselves, because being knuckled in this part of town in Bassett, unincorporated, hugged by 3 freeways industry, it really is frustrating sometimes. So, everyone who our teams who are being impacted by the wildfires, we're wishing you well. Those who are able to go to the Department of Toxic Substance hearing this Saturday, please do and advocate for yourselves. And then, let's just all be mindful of that. Last thing I just want to say very quickly was on the topic of suicide awareness. I'm hoping that next year, I missed the deadline for this board meeting, but to introduce a resolution acknowledging Suicide Awareness Month. It's a taboo topic, but it's very important. So many folks in our community, just in the last couple of years that I can remember, who went to Bassett High School, have taken their own life for whatever traumas and demons they may have had. So just as a open reminder to everyone, please, check in with folks. If you're able to, please do get the help you need. We're here to support. I'm very happy that we now have the resources on the back of our student ID cards. I've seen the high school social media team. They have an infographic flyer. So just calling that out. But for that, it's been 2 weeks since our last meeting. Not a lot has really happened since then. So wishing everyone well. Hopefully we don't see each other for a very long time until October. But yeah, just stay safe and have a great rest of your evening. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Simental. I would like to say, concur with my colleagues. Our thoughts and prayers do go out to those affected by the fires that are happening. I have some people that are very close to me that have had to evacuate, actually. I'm asking also that we keep our first responders in our thoughts and prayers with this whole situation, and just hope that they can return to their families safely. There's first responders that have already had to be treated. So I'm hoping for that. Yesterday was 9/11. A day we will never forget. I remember when it happened, I was getting ready to go to work and I saw it. I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, whoa. And then it hit reality. This is real. So let us never forget. And one of the best days was 9/12, when I saw this nation come together, united. Flags were being sold out of places. So it's coming together. And when we come together, we can accomplish so much when we come together. So regards to that. Congratulations to all the employees that were celebrated for today for their years of recognition. Your loyalty to our students and to the district is greatly appreciated. And I know that there are some that also have longevity, and looking forward to seeing them, and their years of service. I love hearing about, I didn't get to know Ms. Wells, but I love hearing stories like that about people that make a difference in students' lives. Sometimes that's all a student needs, someone who cares, someone who, takes the time to make sure that they have the things that they need and whatever not, that supports families and all the things that can make them, that support them on their academic journey. Yes, it was a heat wave. It was a heat wave, but I'm very glad. Thank you to Dr. Alvarez. Our HVAC systems were up, running. Everything was great. Yeah, we had a little bit of glitches at the high school, a couple classrooms, but hey, they were on it. And our HVAC system continues, and that was one of the first priorities that we said. HVAC's got to get. Students cannot learn in a classroom that is not conducive to learning. And I'm going to say it every time until it's done. I'm excited for the aquatic center to be completed. Can't wait for that. So I did get to go to back to school night at the high school, and it was really great to see. I love going into the art room and seeing students just express themselves with art. The ceramics class was really good. Visited the math corridor. I call it the math corridor. And Mr. Castillo, what he's doing with the MESA program. And thank you to Cal State LA. Yes, I work at Cal State LA for giving all the t-shirts for the students that participated in the MESA program. I would have liked to put his picture up, but I didn't ask him permission first. So that was really good. And the wellness room that's over at the high school, that's a really good place. I did, when I was principal for the day at Nueva Vista, I saw the wellness room at Nueva Vista that was being put together. And students sometimes need that place, need that safe haven place where they can just go and just relax, okay? Or just unwind, something's wrong. Where can they have their space? So I'm seeing that at Nueva Vista. I saw that at the high school. I love all the programs that they're doing and how they're reaching out to parents. So that was really good. Please look on the on our website so that you can see all the great activities that are happening there. I also got a chance to go to coffee with the principal at Sunkist, and they had it in the wellness room. I really appreciate Miss Maria Chavira. I probably didn't pronounce that right, Chavira. The wellness room is beautiful. If any of you get a chance, just go out there and look at it. It's relaxing. It's the colors and everything. And it serves students by the way of they need clothing, if they need food, anything like that that they need, or just hey, I have this, talk to someone. Someone's always willing to help. I also didn't have to go as far as my colleague here, but I had to jet out of work to get to the presentation. Bassett High School students, thank you to our student representatives, Sarai, and Cassandra did a great job presenting all the things that are going on at Bassett High School with regards to the academics, the extracurriculars, events and resources, and the leadership opportunities. Bassett High School got to participate in the LEAD program, and these students will continue with that. So this is great. This is the first time Bassett was been invited to present at the La Puente City Council. Looking forward to more times that we can do show more. And our LEAD program is going to probably expand to our middle school. So our middle schools will be able to do that. When I was at in the talks of safety, student safety, that was a big topic at Sunkist. And thank you, Dr. Alvarez, for sharing about the signals that have changed on Amar and Willow. We will also be looking at what we can do on Puente Avenue, and I believe it's Sauter. There is a crosswalk there, but there needs to be a signal there. That is very much needed, and it for the safety of our students and our parents who walk the kids to school. Very happy to hear about the 60th anniversary, that it will happen. Looking forward to what that's going to look like. Yes, and PTA Council will be having a meeting on October 2nd via Zoom, where they will select their new representatives for the PTA Council. Outside of that, it's been a great first 4 weeks. And as always, anything we can do to support, let us know. Thank you, Bassett, and good night.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of order. May we return to item 5, open public hearing for instructional materials for 2024-2025? We can skip it. And being exciting.
Okay. Okay. Perfect is boring and I am not boring. I don't have that. on the agenda. Oh,
One more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we will go to open public hearing for instructional materials for 2020, for 24-25 school year. As required? As required by law, the Board of Education will hold a public hearing to receive comments from the public about the instructional materials for the 24-25 school year. May I get a motion to open the public hearing at 7:26? Motion by Board Member Rivera, second.
Seconded.
Seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any comments related to the public hearing? Yes. You can come up to the. This is comments related to the instructional materials only. You can come up to the podium of the mic. Yes.
So nice to meet y'all. Is it on? My name's Eduardo Vidal. I'm a resident here at Bassett. I'm also campaigning for Samuel Brown. running
I'm
for
sorry,
school
sir.
board.
I'm sorry, sir. The comments are only for related to instructional materials.
But you're talking about signals. And my question was, what do, as a community leader, what do I have to do to help the streets be safer? I live next to Sunkist Elementary. And there are a few streets where we do need signals and
And
we do need speed bumps.
respectfully, sir, we're happy to talk to you after. Right now, the public hearing is for comments related to instructional materials.
Oh, like
And we're
district-wise.
happy if you
Oh, okay.
have comments related to the instructional materials.
At the moment, I don't, but
Okay.
the next board meeting, I could bring that up.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, shut me down. It closed. Bear with me, please. His laptop went off. Okay, do we have any comments? No other comments? Okay, can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Oh, you have a comment. I'm so sorry. Motion by Board Member Rivera, seconded by Board Member Barajas. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will close the public hearing at 7:29. Thank you. With that said, we will go to closed session. Can I get a motion to go to closed session? Motion by Board Member Barajas, seconded by Board Member Rivera. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. We will go to closed session.
Certification opportunities in CPR, first aid, and more give our students an edge, making them ready for the healthcare job market as soon as they graduate. Through networking events and collaborations with healthcare providers, students build connections and gain insight into the industry, giving them a head start in their careers. At the Health Academy, we're not just preparing students for a career, we're empowering the next generation of healthcare professionals. Join us and be part of something bigger. Welcome to the Health Academy at Bassett High School, where passion meets hands-on learning in the world of healthcare. Our students gain early exposure to essential healthcare practices, from drawing blood and administering injections to studying advanced anatomy on cutting-edge technology like the Anatomage table. Hands-on experience is key. Our students work in real-world scenarios, helping patients regain mobility, offering physical therapy, and learning critical bedside care techniques. From understanding the reproductive system to mastering vital sign assessments, students immerse themselves in the diverse aspects of patient care. Infection control is a top priority. Students demonstrate proper hand washing techniques and the correct use of personal protective equipment, preparing for real healthcare environments. As a part of our program, students develop crucial skills: collaboration, problem solving, and critical thinking, setting them up for success in both their academic and career paths. Certification opportunities in CPR, first aid, and more give our students an edge, making them ready for the healthcare job market as soon as they graduate. Through networking events and collaborations with healthcare providers, students build connections and gain insight into the industry, giving them a head start in their careers. At the Health Academy, we're not just preparing students for a career, we're empowering the next generation of healthcare professionals. Join us and be part of something bigger. Welcome to the Health Academy at Bassett High School, where passion meets hands-on learning in the world of healthcare. Our students gain early exposure to essential healthcare practices, from drawing blood and administering injections to studying advanced anatomy on cutting-edge technology like the Anatomage table. Hands-on experience is key. Our students work in real-world scenarios, helping patients regain mobility, offering physical therapy, and learning critical bedside care techniques. From understanding the reproductive system to mastering vital sign assessments, students immerse themselves in the diverse aspects of patient care. Infection control is a top priority. Students demonstrate proper hand washing techniques and the correct use of personal protective equipment, preparing for real healthcare environments. As a part of our program, students develop crucial skills: collaboration, problem solving, and critical thinking, setting them up for success in both their academic and career paths. Certification opportunities in CPR, first aid, and more give our students an edge, making them ready for the healthcare job market as soon as they graduate. Through networking events and collaborations with healthcare providers, students build connections and gain insight into the industry, giving them a head start in their careers. At the Health Academy, we're not just preparing students for a career, we're empowering the next generation of healthcare professionals. Join us and be part of something bigger.
Hello?
We are reconvening at 8:45. May I get a report of action taken in closed session?
By Mr. Barajas and second by Ms. Stanzioni. In a vote of 5 members approved, 0 members opposed, 0 members abstained, the governing board took action to approve the appointment of Travis Collier as acting principal of Bassett Adult School pending on board and clearance by Human Resource Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rivera. Written communications, we have none. Therefore, we will move into discussion action items. First discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. The first discussion item is discussion only, and that is the Bassett swap meet. Board Member Stanzioni, this is your request. You have the floor.
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's become kind of obvious how much she meant to a lot of people when we have people through the decades giving testimony to what she's done. And in that, every educator affects a life. She was clearly an educator that affected a number of lives. Oh, I'm sorry.
Swap meet.
Oh, the swap meet. Never mind. Okay, the swap meet. Okay, forgive me. My brain is elsewhere. Every Saturday and Sunday, people line up on 20 Avenue. People that have for their own sole income what they sell. I brought this up before, and I think it would really benefit our school, whether it's to give money to student activities where things have been stolen, or where they just need it, or for buses for field trips or whatever. I really believe that a swap meet marketplace, open air marketplace, farmers market, whatever we want to call it, I think that we should really consider getting a team together and looking at bringing it back. Not run by Beth, but run by the old way that we used to do it, with the school doing it and the kids benefiting from it directly. We would pay our staff for security. Just go back to the way it had originally been established. A lot of the people that live in Bassett, that is their livelihood, selling at the swap meet. And finally, it has become cost exorbitant. Bassett kept their costs down. That's why we were filling up more and more. And there's certainly a market for it. People like to go to the swap meet and wander around. If we add to that local fruit and vegetable producers, if we add to that local artisans, we could really develop it as a community hub on the weekends and benefit our students at the same time. I think it is something that can be done safely and tastefully, as much as a swap meet marketplace can be. And I'm just thinking about all the ways we can raise money for our kids. When we had the recent situation with the track and field equipment, we have things, all the clubs need money. I know when I ran the drama class or the drama club after school, I just needed a couple $100 for rights, and that could have been that. I think it's a worthwhile endeavor to at least get a group of people that are interested to come together and kind of think about it, talk about it, plan it, and then resubmit it to the board for consideration.
Board members, you have any comments? Board Member Simental.
Thank you, Madam President. I think, yeah, there we go. Thank you. I think my comments would be similar to the last time this was brought to the board. Generally open to, the idea of bringing it back, just mindful of, I think, some concerns that were also expressed last time, just making sure that there is any concerns with safety, cleanliness, littering, who's going to be facilitating, if it's going to be a burden on our school side team, our district personnel. So happy to consider that when those fine details are fixed out. I think at least my 2 cents when we last discussed it was bringing it back to the folks who were here at Bassett High School when the swap meet was being operated. for their historical context. I'm not sure if staff was able to circle back with them on that conversation, but happy to consider this item once we have that information, because right now in a void of what would be a plan for traffic, for cleaning, for pickup, I'm a little hesitant to give an answer, either a yes or no. Again, generally open to it, but I do think the idea of having something back for the community is lovely, especially if we, market it in a nicer light per se. Again, open, but just want to see, I guess, a bit more concept out, if that makes sense.
Which is why I suggested we put a team together of concerned, either people from the district, people from outside the district, community parents and whatnot, put them together and have them kind of organize it a little bit better and submit that. I just wanted to get the conversation started now and have people have open minds to what might be. Again, this is a livelihood of people on my street. And it was kind of fun going to the swap meet and talking to people and buying things and, what one man's trash is another man's treasure. But if we add to that a farmer's market or an artisan's place, we would obviously elevate the stature of it, but it wouldn't be something we would decide now, because I think it takes a lot of thought to put that together, and we wouldn't probably, I didn't even foresee us coming to opening it until maybe springtime, once all the things are kind of hit out of it, because it is an endeavor that we have to think about. Some things have gone well, some things have not gone well, and I think this would give us time to actually think about it.
Board Member Rivera, who would be running it? Would it be the BTA again? I mean,
No.
the Bassett Foundation?
No, Beth,
He would be
No.
running.
what, how was it run before?
Beth.
In
And
the
then the
original
boosters.
time, it wasn't
And
run
then
by Beth.
boosters.
It was run by a man that came over from La
Boosters.
Hacienda La Puente. No, it was run by a man who came over named Manuel that came over
Under the
from.
boosters.
He was not a booster. He was he was a security guard over in our high school.
Yes.
And he brought it over and it kind of blew up with the boosters, which we knew had a problem. And it went to Beth, with which we knew had a problem. And I think that could be part of the discussion in organizing, brainstorming and possibly organizing. Just brainstorming where that would come from.
It's fun, but there's a swap meet nearby. We live here in this community, in this area, and there's a lot of trash from the swap meets. I remember the trash from the swap meets. And even now that we have vendors all along right here at Puente, Sunday night, that streets are trash.
But
And
here's
they
the,
don't pick up the trash, no matter what they say or whatever.
but they wouldn't be responsible. Whoever gets the money from that day at the swap meet would be
We
responsible.
still, we did that already.
We did, and the students
And-
cleaned it
and
up.
They still had the streets clean. They cleaned the school
Mhm.
and they have the streets clean. Now, we're spending a lot of money on a nice pool and nice things to beautify our school. And we're gonna cover up with the swap meet?
No, I'm just
or an
looking at
artisan
trying
or
to
a
help,
market.
raising money for the children
Could
and
raise it
help the
other ways. We could
community.
Find other ways to raise it. There's,
We're talking hundreds and thousands of dollars a year. I don't know. I guess I'm alone in this. Our community needs something, and it doesn't have to be trashed out, because there are so many communities that have swap meets / marketplaces and they don't have a problem. Okay, so we've had it before and children have cleaned it up because they got the money. If they set it up and cleaned it up, they got a big cut of the money, and it helped some of our student activities so much.
yes, they cleaned up, like I said again, they cleaned up the school, and you could ask any community member.
I don't
around
remember
here.
the street being a
The
mess.
streets were always dirty.
I don't
There
remember
were
that.
trash was there. Some parents used to come and throw the trash in the school, in the office. A couple of parents went in with bags of trash and threw them in there from picking up from the street and saying, this is a trash that we have to pick up because it's not being picked up by anybody. So if we're gonna do that, we also need to bring it out to the community.
Right.
Let them know ahead
Right.
of time, if that's even gonna be,
But these are great
thinking of
concerns,
it, but
and these are things to troubleshoot.
yeah, but I don't know, it's just a lot of trash and a big mess that they leave for what the money is, because then we have to pay, buy extra insurance. We're beautifying the school, we're making a pool, and then it's,
But making $400,000 a
students
year
deserve
is
better.
nice.
Maybe we could find another way to raise that much money.
400,000?
Maybe there has to be other ways
Can't sell that much candy.
besides just swap meets.
Okay,
No, you can sell candies.
board member Simental.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm also just being mindful of the physical realities that I think where the swap meet was at is currently a big hole. So obviously this isn't gonna be done anytime soon until the pool's done, but thinking even more beyond that, kind of considering with not the trash, but just a safety issue, is I would hate to have the brand new state-of-the-art facility we have susceptible. Not only that, just in general, the campus with some recent thefts, you know, having a lot of people somewhere. So I think that's another point to just put into the something to be considered about. For I guess if obviously this won't be done anytime soon, but if folks are taking a lead, if it's folks here or folks in the community who are trying to organize this back, to just be mindful of that concern as well. Of what's the what are the perimeters of this? If there who's gonna be security? Who does that responsibility fall under? You know, are we collaborating with the city so that if there is trash on the street, it should not be brought to the school, you know, take it to city hall, but it shouldn't even be brought to city hall, just call the city, because it's still the city, Bassett still the city or across the street with the county. I would just say to my colleague, not necessarily that you're, well, speaking for myself, not that you're necessarily alone on this. Again, I am open to it. I would just like to see a more robust planning. And as I mentioned last time, or last meeting, when I brought up the 60th, again, it was just to get the conversation started. So I recognize that it's simply just getting the ball rolling still. So to you, that would just, I guess, be my 2 cents of whoever in the community, if this is a community, you know, a desire to, you know, stay organized and just be mindful, I think, of some concerns brought up. And I personally would love to see, you know, for me, at least myself, I like the swap meet. I enjoyed it. I did benefit from it when I was a student. I was there on weekends cleaning up and it did help us with some money. Could there be other ways to fundraise? Who's to say? If there are, you know, I'd love to see those alternatives as well, but it seemed like the swap meet was okay. The only reason why it stopped was that COVID. It wasn't that it was shut down from my understanding because of, you know, any other concern, but the pandemic. So for me, I'm willing to give the swap meet a shot with, you know, maybe some corrections and adjustments based off some valid concerns, but that's just my 2 cents. On
Yeah,
that.
my suggestion was just to hear it again, hear a little bit more suggestions and have an open mind to continue to have an open mind to it for the future. Because we may come up with some other great ideas. Thank you.
So I will also say that I appreciate the effort to fundraise. Board Member Stanzioni, I am addressing you. I appreciate the effort for the fundraising. That's great. And I did hear about the swap meet, but there were things going on with Beth at the time. So I would concur with Board Member Simental, and no board member works alone. We all try to support one another in some way or another. There would have to definitely be a plan. I think, as Board Member Rivera said, we've spent a lot of money, both of them have said we spent a lot of money to beautify the high school. There's more work that's going to be done. The aquatic center, next project, hopefully we could do, you know, the tennis courts to do all this. So yeah, it would have to definitely be a full plan. Who's going to run it? What's going to happen? Where are the funds going to be allocated? Because the funds kind of kept flip-flopping from what I understand. They started, the breakdown went, classrooms had to go to Beth to ask for things. And then Beth ended up giving the district a lump sum and then they could go from there. So yeah, not opposed to looking at an option of it. But the other thing is, as we all mentioned, there's a lot of work going on at the high school. So maybe this is the time if you want to look at it, plan it. I personally don't foresee it opening in the spring, but then again, that's just a thought. How fast can people move? Also, do we have the staff We also have the high school. If you read through the weekly, they're doing their mid-year WASC accreditation. That is taking a lot of time from the staff right now. They did get accredited for 6 years, but they're doing the mid-year accreditation. So, and the staff personnel that would be cleaning, making sure that everything is kept clean and whatever not. Also, I'd like to remind you all that there's no, even if we open the swap meet, there is no guarantee that we will get people in there. Supervisor Solis's office opened SB 946 and SB 972, which allows for street vending. So why would a street vendor come into the high school, pay the space when they're right now on Puente Avenue? And I can agree with you because Puente's like this on the weekend. I mean, people have their stuff there like on the sidewalk and everything. And it looks even right after Sunkiss right there. It's right there in the lake. So with these approvals of these Senate bills, we have to look and see what, and that could be part of the plan that you put together. Would we get enough in there? Why would somebody go in there when they can do it for free on the sidewalk? So, yes, but not a closed subject, something that can be looked at. I just would like us to see. Let's get the high school done. Let's get the high school moving from there.
I appreciate it, President Flores. I do appreciate your thoughts and words from everybody. This was just to open up conversation on it, so I do
Yes.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to the number 2. First reading of Board Policy 1330 and Administrative Regulation, Use of Facilities. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education receive the first reading to the revisions of the Policy Board 1330 and Administrative Regulation 1330, Use of Facilities as attached.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to offer an amendment on. Am I offering that? So there are 2 actions here. It's both the board policy markup and the regulation markup based off the recommendations of the superintendent of schools. My amendment is to, why did I lose it? The administrative regulation.
Which one is?
There's so many of them. So in this action item, we're doing the first reading for the board policy 1330 and the administrative regulation 1330, both on the use of school facilities. Believe the superintendent's proposals that we would review. I'm looking in the regulation under the applications for use of facilities. The add-in that is shown in the attachment that reads proposed markup and highlighted reads, anyone applying to use school facilities shall do so as specified in district procedures and in accordance with law. All use of facilities applications from non-district organizations outside of parent-teacher associations shall be submitted to the Board of Education for approval before the specified events, which I like. I just want to adjust it slightly. And I have the language here. So instead of saying anyone, I would just replace that with individuals or organizations, and then keep the rest of it as it reads all the way through specific events, but I would remove that 0 and put a comma. And insert except for school-related organizations, and then another sentence, school-related organizations include school site councils, associated student bodies, parent-teacher associations or parent-teacher student associations, and local organizations in which the board is a member. This is just to expand I guess you would say the privilege of not having to go through this process to, it's currently reading as just for PTA, but I would just like to make sure that our school site councils don't have to go through this laborious process. Our ASBs wouldn't have to go through it. Organizations that the board, participates in. It really does currently, I think the thought behind bringing this to the board for pre-approval would be for outside organizations. So I just want it to be just specifically clear. If you are an organization that is part of our campus communities, that you don't necessarily have to get the board approval each time. That at least that's my 2 cents onto it. So that's what I want to bring forward as we're doing the first reading of this.
I'm sorry, can you please correct me? An organization that a board member is a part of would be an exemption to this? Is that
And local organizations in which the board is a
the board?
member.
Okay, I thought a board member.
No.
Okay,
So,
okay, I was gonna say.
not like if
oh,
one board member is part
yeah.
of this professional organization,
No,
then
I
they would
totally
just be
agree.
as
Okay,
the board.
thank you. Anybody else have something to say? Okay, I would like, to add an amendment. I wrote it down. So I would like to propose, in addition to this, that the board approve a 50% discount on the use of rates for the groups that have more than 50% Bassett students. And this reduction does not apply to staff rates. So basically, if we have students that are part of a baseball league here in Bassett, and they want to have use of the facilities, they have to show that they have 50%, at least 50% of the league is Bassett students. Because otherwise you could deem that a travel team. So, however, the 50% that I'm proposing does not apply to staff rates because we can't cut a staff salary in half for having to show up.
Do we have a baseball league here in Bassett?
No, I'm just using that as an example. I'm using that as an
We
example.
don't have any leagues.
If
So
we don't have any leagues, but once again, use of facilities, we have the space as we talk about fundraising for other areas. We can open up the fields. However, I'm would like to get your thoughts on if 50% of the membership of that league or whatever are Bassett students, that there be a 50% discount. And once again, the 50% reduction would not apply to staff rates. Board Member Stenzioni.
the problem with this is I foresee it as an invitation to, oh yeah, let's start the La Puente League over here. And we don't have to pay so much and they leave the fields a mess. And we got rid of all of, next door, we've gotten rid of all of our leagues. They don't play on our fields because they pay the fee, but they leave a mess. They leave the divots in the field, they leave the dirty diapers, they leave everything else. If you're there teaching in class on a Saturday, you've got a soccer player behind you, getting changed in your window, or you've got a baseball team barbecuing outside your door. And this has happened. So I really would like to keep it as tight as possible because I don't want to invite our neighboring city, incorporated city, into using our facilities. They've got their own, and I want to keep distinctively different. And I think this would invite them. Our kids already go out. If we want to start our own league, that's one thing. But I think that this would encourage something that I think would end up in a bad way, just from experience.
I think that this does open for our kids, rather than having our kids go to the neighboring district that you were saying. And I can appreciate the concern for the way the field is left, but we just finished a conversation about the swap meet. And the concern was the condition of how the swap meet would be left. So this is all going to be part of it, you know, but once again, I'm hoping that our own students can have pride of their own community and say, hey, you know, I'm playing. I ran a soccer organization for 20+ years, and that was the pride of the community there in Roland Heights. And that's the pride that I would like for our students to have. Why do they have to go to the neighboring cities to go have this? So, and who knows, maybe it might start with just Bassett, you know, Bassett Little League or whatever not. It might just start with that. The point is, my only proposal here, and I don't know who's going to come, I'm just asking to benefit our students, our youth, that we include a 50% discount rate if 50% of the membership of that league are Bassett students.
50%.
It would be the league.
How is this going to affect, aren't we supposed to be meeting with City of La Puente to do joint use of facilities? Which means
They
they're gonna
haven't
want to
scheduled that
come and
meeting.
use our facilities because they're being charged at Puente Park to use it. And if they don't have the money to pay, they go to other schools. So if we're gonna do a joint with them, how is that gonna affect
The one of the things, and
There are-
this will be a good conversation to have. I'm not sure what date that's scheduled for. However, there is something that, if you do the research, City of La Puente, the council paid for a lot of those leagues upfronted like 64,000 each league for them to stay afloat during the time of COVID because they couldn't do that. So, again, this is just a conversation to start up and everything, but I would like us to walk in there with supporting our own and saying, okay, if the majority are Bassett, then let's give the discount to Bassett. Ultimately, I do not want our kids to feel they have to go elsewhere to go enjoy the sports. And it doesn't have to be sports. It could be dance, it could be art, it could be whatever. That other communities have. They should be able to have that in their own community. Board Member Simonthal.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to understand, because I think Madam Clerk brought an interesting topic. When we do the use of facilities with the City of La Puente, let's say the City of La Puente won, and maybe this is something for the superintendent of schools. Let's say, as a very rough example, if the City of La Puente, we enter this agreement, then they get to use, let's say, the adult school back lawn in between the adult school and DO. The City of La Puente is using that for, let's say, a senior prom of, senior citizens. Because we've entered into that agreement with the city, we got that a separate agreement, and that's now a city programming event. The City of La Puente is doing that programming. Does the city need to go through this process, or is this process tailored specifically to third parties who we don't have a pre-existing agreement with? Did you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So this is actually something completely separate than from the city. So if and when the district decides to go to the next step with the city and enter into some joint use agreements for some of, let's say, Bassett School District facilities, what would happen at that point in time is the school district representatives, most likely business, grounds, a little committee that would meet with La Puente committee, and they'd say, okay, so for this year, we have an agreement. I'll just use Sunkist as an example. So for Sunkist, we'd like to bring our 5 and under or 6 and under soccer league and have these dates set aside for soccer. So we would create a calendar so that if an outside entity wanted to use the facilities, those dates would be sectioned off. Sorry, those are already booked. These are the other dates that are available.
Thank you.
That's how it would work.
And then my question to Madam President would be regarding the 50% discount. I'm open to the idea. I see the incentive behind wanting to, keep our kids local. If I'm a kid who lives on, Don Julian Avenue, why can't I, or not Don Julian? Oh yeah, Don Julian or Van Wig. And there's a sports league just down the street at my school, keep me there than having to go to El Monte or wherever. I mean, my brother, he did Little League in South El Monte. I went to all his games across the river at Mountain View, nothing in Bassett. Shire Park, actually, when he was in Bassett Park too, but nothing in a Bassett School District property. So I could see the value in that. My question is regarding the 50% though, how do we ascertain that it is 50%? Are we gonna ask for student IDs? Are we gonna confirm attendance before or after? What happens if it's 50% of kids who are gonna go to this event, but only 48% actually showed up and participated? So this isn't, I support the idea. I'm just curious of how do you actually implement it?
I think the way we did it before was as they sign up, when they sign up, they're in a league, they sign up, they have to give an address. And I know what can happen. Believe me, I know. But you have to trust the process. Trust the process. At the end of the day, the goal here is to give our kids something that they could be proud of. And it also would bring some sort of unity between, remember, this is with city council or the city council programs, and that's what we're going to be talking about. They put on, but it would also bring more unified, it's always La Puente, Bassett. And Bassett doesn't come to La Puente, and La Puente doesn't go to Bassett. But why? So in order to bring everybody together, unified, inclusive, promote inclusiveness, this could be good. And again, there's a lot we've yet to talk about. I mean, we have not had that joint meeting. So as Dr. Alvarez mentioned, there's going to be one coming. We haven't had that. And these are all great questions to bring up at that time. You know, how is this going to work? How does this look? What do you have? You know, and I really would encourage all my colleagues to just have those conversations with the city council people. They're very open and very open. Case in point, we just spoke today about the LEAD program, and that the Mayor Quinones invited Bassett High School. When did that happen? And so, and now it's opening up doors that maybe our middle school, no, not maybe, next our middle schools will be included in there, because leadership can happen at any age. So, yeah, let's start being more open and welcoming.
With all due respect, Madam President, if you want to be part of Hacienda La Puente, why don't we just blend our districts? Because we are Bassett. And those of us that have lived here, grown up here, and had been educated here feel an affinity for our community. We have a very small strip that is La Puente. People don't consider Chris as La Puente, they consider it the heart of Bassett. We know that the high school in Sunkist and Chris is in a little bit of the strip behind Sunkist is La Puente. And it's been a source of great fights, most recently last year. But I think we need to remember who we are. We are Bassett. We service our children. Yes, we want to make our children happy. That's why I want to raise money for them. But there's no way that we're going to have 50% of the La Puente league be from Bassett. There's just no way that that's ever going to happen, because there's clearly more children in La Puente. But I mean, I think we need to realize who we represent. And no, you always say trust the process. We are overseers. We don't trust the process. Our fiduciary duty, our duty as a responsibility to our voters is to not trust the process and to oversee what's right and wrong, and to put the needs of our community, not La Puente. Okay, I marked my mail La Puente because that's what it was when I was a kid. It never had Bassett because we're unincorporated county. But I think we need to remember who we are. And I will continue to say that we are Bassett. There's been times in my life where I didn't want to say we are Bassett because there were 2 weeks of gang fights that left 8 kids shot within a block of my house. Not a good summer, but we are Bassett. We are not La Puente. And I do appreciate them doing Project LEAD. And we've been very involved with it at my elementary school for a few years. And one of my kids went and he was mayor for the day for the children. It was quite exciting. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate what they do. But they also have done things that are outside of what we might agree with. And you can do your history on that too. I just think that we need to really realize what we're looking at right here. We're looking at facility issues. Facility issues as written, I can totally agree with. Dr. Alvarez did a great job. I went down all the costs. I went down everything. I think he covered like everything possible in there. But I don't think we should add anything to it to appease a small strip of land in there, or to possibly bring in another city's league. We can, if we really need it, we can start our own. Yes, our kids go to other places. Usually they go to West Covina because they've got a huge soccer league. But they go other places for everything anyway. Heck, they're going to other places for schools. Let's go back and just look at the facilities use and the cost and get back to what we're here for, which is education.
Thank you, Board Member Stanzioni, but I think we're missing the point here. I'm not saying that it's going to be one or the other. I'm just proposing to add this. Should it be needed, it's already there. You might never use it. But it's there. And as far as I preface this by saying, this is a joint use agreement with La Puente City Council, not the Hacienda La Puente Unified.
No, I'm talking
School
about
District.
city council.
I
And city
understand,
councils
I
had
understand.
issues.
So, but you mentioned the school.
So
Anyway, at any
This is
point,
only the first reading, right?
this is just the first
So we're
reading.
not
Right, so we don't need to
Okay.
go on.
Madam President, I would like to ascertain, I don't know if this requires a motion, because technically you and I both have proposed alterations to this. I understand it's just the first reading. I guess I could do it in one go and see if it passes, but I'd like to offer a motion relative to this unless there's any further discussion from the board.
He's offering a motion.
Are we still discussing this, or can I offer a motion? So my motion would be, and see if it's seconded, basically to we do the first reading, but send it back to staff so that staff could include the adjustments that I've expressed as well as Madam President has expressed. And then I'm sure that would be brought back to the board for another reading, and then, that's going to be my motion. So my motion is, I move that the Board of Education receive the first reading to the revisions to Board Policy 1330 and Administrative Regulation 1330, use of facilities as attached, and that the revisions be referred back to staff to include the topics discussed by Mr. Cimental and Ms. Flores. Because that would effectively send this back to staff so that they could write what Ms. Flores and I would like included. And then it would be brought back to the board for further review. And at that point, it could be chopped, it could be changed, it could be reviewed, but at least they continue the conversation. That's at least my motion.
I second that.
So we can discuss that.
Can I get a roll call? Aye or yes or no? Aye. Yeah, please, aye. No,
No.
Yes.
No.
aye. Okay. So this will go back to staff to include, so that when we do the final vote. Okay.
Why don't we
moving-
make it easy for everyone and you and Aaron sit down and write it up.
I wrote
We
my,
eliminate the middleman,
I mean,
who has a lot of business to run in education.
for
Yes.
the surety of Madam Clerk, I prior to this meeting did prepare my additions. So they already sent to the superintendent, so it'll be easier for him to include
Oh.
at least my part.
And I will send mine to the superintendent also. Okay. So moving along, we have approval of resolutions. Resolution 4-25 regarding insufficiency regarding sufficiency or insufficiency of instructional materials for 24-25 Ed Code 8633. The board superintendent recommends the board approve resolution 4-25 regarding sufficiency or insufficiency of instructional materials, Ed Code 8633. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Stanzioni, seconded by
I'll second.
Board Member Barajas. Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Resolution 8-25, California Proposition 2, Public Education Facilities Bond Measure. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve Resolution 8-25, California Proposition 2, Board of Education Facilities Bond Measure.
So moved.
Motion by Board Member Simenthal, second.
Seconded.
Second by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Resolution 9-25, approval of the GAN limit. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the GAN limit and adoption of resolution 9-25. Can I get a motion?
I move.
Seconded.
Motion by Board Member Barajas, second by Board Member Stanzioni. Resolution of 10-25, roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. I was on a roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. Resolution 10-25, Filipino American History Month. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve resolution 10-25, proclaiming October as Filipino American History Month and encourages schools in the district to commemorate this occasion with appropriate meaningful activities.
So
So
moved.
moved.
Motion by Board Member Simenthal. I'm sorry, who was the second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Board Member Stanzioni. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Aye. Resolution 11-25, Attendance Awareness Month 2024. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve resolution 11-25, proclaiming September 2024 as Attendance Awareness Month.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Simenthal, seconded by Board Member Barajas. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Resolution 12-25, Betty G. Wells. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve resolution 12-25.
Next.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Board Member Rivera.
Oh.
Was it you? Was it you?
No, I have a motion. I was gonna have a question.
Stanzioni.
Sorry. Motion by Board Member Stanzioni. Seconded by Board Member Simenthal. I do have a question on this one.
So
Excuse me. I heard the presentation, and as I said before, I did not have an opportunity to meet this wonderful person. I would like to ask what I think if I'm not mistaken, what is it, 6? It's resolution commemorating the year. How does that look? What would that look like? Dedicate the year? Oh. Mhm. I think after hearing all this, I feel, I mean, if that's the way the board chooses to go, then we can do that. I think this is a great thing, and hearing all this was really nice. I would like to see perhaps maybe a plaque with her picture on it. And given that she was the dean and did so much for students and touched so many lives, maybe put that plaque up in the counseling office. You do a celebration. So therefore it's more perpetual, it's more ongoing. It's ever reminding everybody of the great work that she did. How do you all feel?
May I add to that?
Yes.
We could also go forward with Sid Garcia and have him do the interviews with certain people online, because he's a Bassett graduate as well, and he would do it for ABC 7. So this would be, I know it's not written here, but I think you got the rationale for it in your agenda. It's shows us that it shows the area that we are a small community with a big heart, and we recognize the positive impact that one educator can make, whether she be a teacher, a counselor, a dean, whatnot. And how she spans the decades. She went from 1965, 66 through, the early 2000s. And dedicating the year to her would be lovely to have it commemorated with a plaque, but to also move forward with that spot on the news that would bring Bassett to the forefront in a way that nobody can comment about other than positively.
Yeah, no, I see that. And what I'm saying is the reason I'm putting that forward is we could dedicate the 24-25 school year to her, and that would be great. That's fine. But after I'm hearing this, and this is someone who touched so many lives, and I would like it to be something that's shown there and people can look at it and see, hey, this was great. This is what, touching a student's life is all about. So
that'd be nice.
Don't know how far you all want to go into it. Again, happy to honor someone who's clearly well remembered and venerated in our community. In terms of dedicating the school year, maybe we, run with it when it comes down to the promotions and graduations. It's included on the pamphlet. When it's, our staff appreciation events, we have it prominently displayed. I don't know, again, was the thought behind dedicating the year, but I think it'd be nice to, if we're dedicating the year, wherever we use the year, let's include her. That's probably more on the super inclusive side, but I mean, that's what comes to mind. This is a novel idea. When I read it for the first time, I was like, oh, including the year, that never saw that before. But if this is truly someone who warrants that much appreciation, it'd be very lovely. My only 2 cents regarding any memorialization is that we be mindful of our board policies that the board was extremely mindful of earlier this year. So just making sure that we are following that process if we are going to dedicate any facilities, that we do follow that.
You know what? This is a very good, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, I wrote it, I submitted it, and I did so because educators do change the world. And we all of us sitting here, all of us sitting at the next table, have such an impact on people's lives. I think we need to put that out there. And if we teach our children who you are and what you do makes a difference, who you are and what you do matters, and you can have that kind of impact, it's highly inspirational to children. They don't have a lot of role models when they go home or on TV or on their Instagram. But this could be something that could be, as respected as we do when we do Pacific Islander Month or Filipino American Month, where we show good examples. And that's where my thought lie, because we need to have a positive focus for our children.
And you know what? I think I just mentioned the plaque.
I like it.
Okay, so what we did in a previous school where I was at, There was someone who just was amazing, touched so many lives. We created an award. And that award probably can be given at graduation. Like you can call it the Betty J. Wells and you write something about that. Maybe it's characteristic, who was, servant leadership, who was, empathetic, inclusive, just those character traits that I've gone to the different sites and they talk about character traits, who embodies that spirit. And you choose a graduate that gets that award and it could be a simple medallion, but hey, the Betty J. Wells Award. So that keeps it going, beyond the year. But anyway.
Why don't you save the money of the plaque, put it in a scholarship and do the Betty Jane Wells Scholarship for a graduate that's going into counseling or has done, like her. She did wonderful things for a lot of people. She gave her shirt off her back and you needed it. So why don't we do that for someone that instead of spending money on plaques and this and all that and celebrations, let's get that money. Let's make it more than 500 in a scholarship for her in her name. She would appreciate that much better than anything else.
Board Member Rivera, where would the funds for that scholarship come from? Where would the funds from that scholarship come from?
What were you getting the funds for the plaque?
A plaque is $30-40. I'm willing to buy the plaque myself.
Okay, well,
I
put
would
that
be
in a
willing to buy the
scholarship.
plaque.
I'm sure,
You can
I'm sure
chip
the
in,
Alumni
everybody chip
Association,
in.
anybody whose life she touched, I think would pitch in if we put it out there with the Alumni Association.
That's something that, the alumni can.
But
So-
see, this gives credence to why I'd like to dedicate.
I mean,
the
these
year
are all
to
really
her.
great ideas and clearly we're all very passionate about it. So it's amazing what we can all come up with when we all put our minds together. So,
Madam President, may I?
Yes.
So sorry, I was interrupted a few times.
You can't
Um,
hear it.
Excuse me? I support naming a scholarship or some type of award. I think what I was getting at earlier is it's very university, but like this topic of like endowed chairs-ish. If it's like even if we do bring a Betty Wells Award of Service, if that's something we give as a medal and someone who has been an incredible peer this last year, if it's something the Alumni Association wants to do, if they want to rename their scholarship. It's currently just the Bassett High School Alumni Association Scholarship. It could be called the Betty Wells Scholarship specifically to that, give us our 2 cents there. If we want to call the valedictorian salutatorian awards to this year, the Betty Wells valedictorian award for this year, it's just, I'm open to however we want to commemorate. And maybe it's an understanding for the sake of continuing on with our evening that we could continue these conversations. And, it sounds like we're all eager to pass this resolution and have that conversation now. What does this, actual celebration and dedication look like? But I don't think it has to be answered tonight. I think we could continuously give our 2 cents to our community, and it sounds like it's the Alumni Association, it's the site at Bassett High School to see however they could keep her legacy going on. If we want to have our president donate the $30 to get the plaque or not, or if we want to spend it ourselves, we can.
And you're also
You can have
opening
my
the door
stuff.
for anybody else that passes away that people like.
Oh, no, as I
Naming
mentioned,
every building after,
Which is done at most, it's totally done at most schools.
yeah, no, how as I mentioned earlier was I did encourage if we are doing facilities dedication that we do follow the board policy. So I did not.
exactly.
So, do we vote?
I moved for the year.
so,
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the year.
As stated, the
Mhm.
resolution.
So-
as stated.
Board Member Stanzioni, I got you as the first. Who was the second?
Oh, I wasn't the first. Dolores was the first.
From my understanding, the motion was pending of Stanzioni and myself to adopt the resolution. And then we moved to discussion.
It was you. Okay.
We've been discussing a motion for quite a while now
Okay.
So we moved to adopt.
to adopt the resolution.
Resolution. I think Dolores just did that.
Correct, yes.
Yes. So now we do the roll. Call.
Yes.
Roll call vote, please.
Aye.
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 Aye. Resolution 13-25, resolution of intention of the Board of Education of the Bassett Unified School District to grant an easement to Southern California Edison for the charge-ready charging infrastructure and rebate program at Van Wyck Elementary School. The superintendent recommends the board adopt the resolution of intention of the Board of Education of the Bassett Unified School District to grant an easement to the Southern California Edison for the charge-ready charging infrastructure and rebate program at Van Wyck Elementary.
Madam President, I move on the resolution, and I move that we do 7, 8, and 9 together since they're all the same.
7, 8, 9.
Mm,
Hold on.
correct. They are all at different sites, but they're the same resolution.
Same.
So I would second her motion.
I don't have it here. 9. Oh, wrong way, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we can do that. Is everybody okay with doing that?
I moved and,
Okay.
stands
So-
up second.
Okay, motion to approve resolution 13-25, 14-25, and 15-25. You have a motion from Board Member Rivera and seconded by Board Member Stanzioni.
Madam, point of clarification, if I may ask. May I? Thank you. Dr. Albert, Superintendent, I want to confirm in granting an easement to Southern California Edison, specifically at Bassett High School, this is the only campus that I had a concern with. If we grant an easement and if we proceed with the AB 500 projects with a potential redesign of the campus, are we locked into the easement, or is there any opportunity to adjust the easement if we, let's say, need to move the parking lot somewhere else?
So the granting of the easement is just allowing Southern California Edison to access our property and trench in to run the power that's needed to support the charging stations. If there's a major reconfiguration of a school property specific to, let's say, these three, then we would just notify Edison if we want to change the location of the charging stations. But at that point in time, there may be a cost to the district depending on that agreement, but it doesn't affect the easement itself.
Can I get a roll call?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board to be items that will be enacted by the board in one motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. I ask the board, is there anything they want removed
Madam President,
or
may
pulled for discussion?
I ask a question, or do I need to pull it for discussion to ask the question?
Just. Huh?
Okay,
Pull it.
I suppose. I'd like to pull item education services, item 7, first reading and approval, course description 6th through 8th grade Spanish speakers, 1 course, 24-25.
Okay, wait, say that again?
Okay, is that the only one?
Which one?
Does anybody else have something else?
No, but have
We
me
didn't
read
hear.
that again?
I would like to pull from the educational services consent calendar, item 7,
Okay,
for the sake of having a question.
Got it.
is there anything else that you would like pulled? Any board member? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of educational services, item number 7, to be pulled for discussion?
So moved.
Motion by board member Stanzioni,
Second.
seconded.
Second.
Oh, Rivera, board member Rivera. Roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Board member Cimental, you pulled first reading and approval?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to inquire of the superintendent, just for confirmation, from my understanding, there, or first, I guess, preliminary to that. With this course, my understanding is there's already a Spanish course offered at Torch. Is this offering that we're approving limited to Torch, or would it also be offered at Edgewood Academy or Don Julian Middle School?
Thank you, Board Member Pimentel. So this is a new course that we're offering for the first year at Torch. But it is not limited just to Torch. It's any 6th through 8th grade class in the district.
But to confirm, only Torch Middle School has a credentialed instructor for Spanish, correct?
Yes, Torch Middle School has a teacher that has a supplemental, in addition to their regular credential to teach Spanish, so they're able to teach there at Torch.
And to confirm, this is a new course, Spanish Speakers 1. So was the current Spanish course offering just Spanish for non-Spanish speakers? Or I guess what's the distinction if this is a new course versus what?
So there is a specific difference between a I guess I'll call it general Spanish one
Uh-huh.
versus a Spanish one for native speakers. There is a clear distinction in the course description.
Are, from my understanding with this agenda item, it will be A through G compliant for credit, correct? Or at least that's
Yes.
it. Okay. Was the general Spanish course that you had mentioned, is that also A through G compliant?
I'm gonna have Dr. Harrison come forward and answer that question. Okay.
I'm happy to repeat if you'd like. So yes, it seems with this agenda item, the pending Spanish speakers one course will be A through G compliant. I'm very happy for that. Thank you very much. My question is the existing general Spanish, we'll call it, course, has that been A through G compliant? Have the students who've taken
Specific 6 to 8.
specific 6 to 8, yes, specific for the middle school. My intention is for those students who are, let's say, freshman and sophomore at Bassett High School right now, they took that course at Torch prior to us adopting this item tonight. Are they going to be able to claim that in their transcript for A through G satisfaction?
Yes, so the way that that takes place is in the middle school level, students that take world languages that are called the high school level world language go into the next level world language when they get to the high school. So they skip the level 1 or level 2 because they've already completed it at the middle school level. And then when they apply for college, when they go to the Common App, there's a place in there for you to indicate that you took those high school level classes when you were in middle school. So you check both of those off, and then in some cases, the students might be done with their language before they even get to high school. So, and it does count for UC credit. But what we see most is the students will take a year or 2 in middle school, and then they go straight into like a Spanish 3 and then an AP Spanish language. And then by junior year, they're an AP Spanish lit. So these classes are not only going to give the students the A through G credit in middle school, but they're also preparing us for when our dual immersion students get to the middle school, because we have to make sure we have those higher level Spanish classes for the 6th graders, not the 8th graders, the 6th graders. Because by the time they get to high school, they're bilingual, biliterate, and they can pass the AP test as an 8th grader. So.
I
yeah,
appreciate, thank you.
yeah,
I
so
actually
kind of
hadn't
like-
considered that, so I do appreciate that intentionality. Yeah, that's great, especially for our Tigers who are at Sunkiss, and I'm sure that accelerates them incredibly. For our students who still haven't reclassed into fluent English for our English as a second language ESL students, would they be able to take this course? And then I'm just thinking when they go to high school, they're already kind of limited to the amount of electives or other classes they could take. So if this could free that up, so they are able to enroll in this course, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. So the native speakers class is, it allows the kids just to hop forward already because they know the language. So this particular class is worth 2 years of Spanish credit in 1 year. So the 8th graders that are coming 7th, 8th, it could be any grade level, 6 through 8. When they take this class, when they get to the high school, they've already completed their 2 years worth of A through G credit world language. And then after that, we get them to take year 3 and 4 because we want them to be sealed by literacy and all those things.
Thank you very much. This is exciting. Happy we're able to offer this and hope we could expand it to DJ and Edgewood whenever we can. Thank you, Dr. Harrison.
That being said, can we get a motion to approve item number 2, educational services? 2-7, first reading and approval, course description 6-7, Spanish speakers course 24-25. Board Member Rivera.
Seconded.
Seconded, Cimental.
Board President, if I may, just to be
Stands
clear,
free.
this is a first reading, waiving the second reading and approving the course.
Huh?
This is a first reading, waiving the second reading, so we won't be
Yes.
bringing it back.
Yeah, I know how to.
Yes. Okay,
Believe it or not, I know how to read.
roll call vote.
I didn't go to bed. Roll call. You. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Adjournment. The next regular board meeting is scheduled for October 22nd. Can I get a motion to adjourn the regular board meeting of September 12th?
Where at? Where are we gonna meet?
I'm sorry?
Where are we gonna meet? On September 12th? 22nd? Here
At the
or?
district office.
Oh, okay, thank you. So move.
Roll call?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. I adjourn the regular board meeting of September 12th, 2024 at 9:44 PM. Thank you, everybody.